and kept dropping me the fucking... There was just no way. There was just no fucking way to do it. And then you test it by bringing new people into it. You can tell how good a game is by bringing like new people into it and seeing how well they adapt to it. You can kind of like tell the different, and in MMORPGs or like RPGs in general seem to have this problem. They're like exceedingly hostile to anything that is new skill, like exceedingly hostile to it. Like you can tell, you put fucking like anybody into Diablo and you bring him to the highest difficulties. Like first of all, you have to grind to the certain like level to get to the highest difficulty, and then once you get there, you get those little bitch numbers, not the big numbers, because the gear sucks and because you can't get new gear because you have little bitch numbers that then take ages to farm, and it's like they inundate you with useless fucking gear. Oh, and just to make it more efficient, because I realized that the servers were lagging from all the objects on the ground, they decided, hey, we're just going to make less things drop per boss, which then led to people figuring out that they didn't have to leave the cavern because they adjusted that feature. So basically they solved one problem just to like accommodate for the actual problem that was that the gear drops were ass. So now you wouldn't reset the fucking room, you would stay inside the room and drop these little piece of shit items all over the ground until the screen started fucking glitching. And then you would like reset the room because you're like, please, no, this hurts me, ha ha. And then you like go out there and you fucking reset the thing. You come back in, you have like a guy already sitting there with a teleport ready to log in there so you can do the thing. You have to run in, fight through all the fucking enemies again. And then you get to the whole point. The thing is though, for you it's going to be such a mundane task that you're just breezing through all the enemies like super, super fast because you've already, to get to the boss farming stage, you have to have gear so good. And guess what? Where do you get the gear that's so good? You don't get it from the fucking boss because it never drops anything good. Total, I have spent over like 1,000 hours on this stupid fucking game, multiple seasons, and I've only ever had 2 drops where there was a 4-star item, which is the max rank. Fucking, what the fuck is that? Hundreds of fucking runs per day on a fucking boss, and only like 2 4-star items over the like amount of seasons that have been. What in the actual ever-loving, disrespecting fuck is that? Please, what?
Look at this. Plus 4 to incinerate. Cancel to incinerate to deal double damage, bro. Let's go.
Bro, your main claim to fame in Diablo last fucking time we played was literally having a rogue that DDoSed everybody. That was not productive. Like you say, hey, this looks like an interesting build, and then it's just like arrows that look rainbow colored from like raining from the sky onto the enemies. And I was like, dude, this is just like the gayest thing I've ever seen. But I can't say that. I couldn't say that on stream at the time because like Biden was still in power. So I was like, nah, I can't say that shit. But I can't say it now. It's not going to be that much of an issue. But like back then, it was definitely that much of an issue, and I feel like in some ways it still is. But hey, I tried to like not be as hostile until I like saw that shit and I was like, nah, I'm done. Fuck that. I'm gonna play a different thing next season. I played a different thing next season. Say I'm gonna 100% the game, and I think I 100%ed the game to such an extent where I was like, yeah, I've had enough. And like I could never. And the worst part is like to challenge Lilith and to get Lilith down, you had to like get lucky with some of the damage.
I hate
and
that.
Then there's an unescapable death. Unescapable. Why the fuck would you want this?
That was the only challenging fight in the game. I actually enjoyed learning that one.
I fucking hated it. It was like such a weird thing, and then didn't even drop you anything special. Like if I would have dropped you a fucking item that would have made you unstoppable, like just basically gave you immortality, that's what it would have been worth. But literally there was nothing worth the whole effort other than to say, yeah, I've gone to the campaign and I've challenged the main boss. And it's funny. You have a Wait, did the power just fucking die?
Hold up for a sec.
Ah, cock. Sorry, that's another problem. We're gonna have to get the electricity guys here again. Little voice note for anyone who wants to get into solar. Make sure that whatever battery pack you think you're gonna need, get twice as much, especially if you're doing lead acid. And you can do lead acid. Lead acid works. Yeah, because the cycles are great. Like the newly advanced like versions of the fucking lead acid are great. But like this shit is ass. Do you guys still hear me, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's worked. Okay, cool. Because I had to like switch over the internet real quick because everything dead now. Oh, brilliant.
By the way, Zeus
Oh, did I?
was raising his hand for a while. You want to say something?
Sorry, say again?
No, Zeus, the other guy in the speaker panel, he was raising his hand for a while.
His fan. You said he was raising his fan.
And, sorry.
Does anyone remember the horse armor from Oblivion? The 08?
No, I've never played Oblivion myself, to be honest.
I've played it, but I wasn't like super into it. But it's a fun game.
Just that horse armor DLC ruined the video game industry, in my opinion.
How is that? Is that why is that?
They made people pay for horse armor.
Yeah, it was super cheap. First microtransaction, and then everything.
Oh, so it was a thing that definitely upgraded your game. Like, was it a thing that gave you an item of power? Like, actually just changed his game, and you couldn't get it without the...
No, it was a paid cosmetic.
Oh, Warcraft did though. They introduced the Celestial Steed, and that was like the first MTX in the game, and it allowed everybody to fly on low-level characters, which was kind of imba at the time. It was imbalanced. Yeah, for $20 or whatever you paid.
I don't know why they have to, like, then... You know, it's great, if you have a broken feature in a game like that, you should, like, allow it to just stay, so people can abuse it more for money in the future.
Yeah, the Wizard Tower was fucking dope, I'm not gonna lie.
Like, I don't understand, like, don't nerf, buff more, nerf less, always nerf less, buff harder.
I think if you have to pay for the video game, microtransactions for cosmetics are kind of an insult to the player.
Not really. Not really. I think it's I think you can so like this, right? There are some like you have to make the unlockable cosmetics worth the grind. That's the thing. So like say for instance there's a bunch of unlockables. So this is the thing I think it's really bad with like Halo Infinite is that there aren't really that many cool unlockables that you can grind for, except for one in particular. Now I do really respect them for that one. So let's say you want to play like, you know, the game and you want to be Master Chief because you know that's one of the reasons you got in. You're going in for it. Well, guess what? You're going to have to play the game, multiplayer. You can do this for free right now. You can play the multiplayer for free, continue to play it, ages on end, and you can rank up your career skill in there, and then once you reach the max rank, you get and by the way, this is cool because it's a career path, which means it doesn't reset. You can literally just do this over the course of years if you wanted to. Like, say, oh, you don't have the time to, like, you know, log on every single day. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's never going to reset. You're going to indefinitely fucking progress forward until you get to the very end. And at the end, you get, like, you get the Master Chief suit, which is, like, as customizable as you want it to be. That's really fucking good. Hang on, am I still here? Okay.
Yeah.
So it says the connection is lost, reconnecting. I don't know why it says that. Anyways, but you know that's nice. That's the only unlockable, grindable thing that you can get in Halo Infinite, which is really good. There's some that you can get via the battle passes, but you kind of like have to get. Like, you can get some good stuff. Like there's some effects that they put in now, so you can just grind your way through some stuff, and you can still have a decent suit that you can, you know, have in the game. You just need to grind a bit, and that's it. So I think that if you genuinely put some really good item that you just can't buy into like the game that you have to grind for, that's cool. Like that specific cosmetic, you cannot buy the Master Chief. You can't fucking buy it. You can't fucking buy it. You have to grind for it. That's great. I fucking love that shit. That is really cool.
I think
so they can keep that in the game, and they can have a ton of microtransactions. I dropped a bunch of money on the game already. I probably dropped like, you know, was it, you know, over time I've played it for a couple of years now.
It looks like we lost him there.
Yeah, he dropped.
It actually was sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, rip Adrian.
He's back.
He's not for me.
But I mean, back in the listeners.
Oh, I see. A bunch of people are thumbing down because he's no longer in there.
Yeah, I just invited him to speak.
Is the Halo game he's talking about a free game, or do you have to pay for the base game?
Halo Infinite, you can play the multiplayer for free, which includes the mode that we play, which is called Firefights. That's all for free. You can just download it on Steam. But if you want to play the campaign, which is like a lot of fun, and you can play that with multiple friends at the same time, you pay like $30 or whatever it is. Yeah.
Where was I stuck at?
Master Chief suit.
Oh yeah, Massachusetts. Yeah, good unlockables. I dropped a lot of money on that game. Even dropped a lot of money on Path of Exile as well. Like I decided to go for the max pack, which is also the only reason why I got the website launcher, because you could only get that over the website. So it's like, fuck that, I'm just gonna get that. And so I got like the $480 like, you know, version of that, which is great. So and I did this not because, you know, I just wanted to show off. I just did that because I heard how the guy was like talking about the economy in the game, and then it was like, you gotta like have the capitalism situation. I was like, take my money right now, because I'm like, any game that says that shit, I just want to pay that forward as much as possible. Like, here you go, you have my money. Even if I'm not gonna play the game, you have my money.
So the difference for me with Halo Infinite and Path of Exile is they have a game you can play for free. And so there, I think charging for microtransactions for cosmetics makes a lot more sense. Like, they have to make money somehow, and they're letting people play their game for free. So that's fine.
Actually,
But
when it launches, it's going to be free to play.
If you paid
so we're
$60 for a game, and they want you to pay like $5.99 to get a silly cosmetic for your horse, I think that's what's insulting.
What about like a game that's like $20? What about games that are like $20?
I think it changes them a little bit for sure. I still think that Adrian's point about having unlockable cosmetics that are worthwhile is an important one.
Yeah, exactly. When PoE2 launches, it's going to be free to play, actually. So
if you want to have like early access, ironically enough, you're doing literal beta testing, you have to pay money. I think it's funny in a sense, but it's also clever. So if you want to be like, you know, you want to have that super cool cosmetic, and you want to be like, you know, have a supporter pack badge next to your shit, well, there you go, you have a supporter pack. And I'm like, okay, well, I like supporting something that sounds good to play, so I'm like, I'm going to do it. The only thing is, I don't have a computer that I can play this thing on that's actually good enough to like deal with the stuff that I want to do. Like, I have to be able to zoom around with super high frame rates and no computer lag, and doing things that have a lot of objects drop on the ground on graphics that are high, so I can actually enjoy what I'm doing. Because at some point there's like a question you have to ask yourself: are you playing something because it's a thing that's expected of you and it makes you like look good if you stream it, or are you playing it because you actually want to have fun? And when I look at something like Halo, you know, with the computer that I have at the moment, I can play that thing and actually have fun. Like I can sit there and like I'm idling at about, you know, 100, 150 frames, and I'm having fun. You know, and that's why I also decided to like buy the campaign and, you know, actually play that, because I was like, you know what, I have never played the campaign. There's some achievements I want to unlock, so I decided to get the campaign and do that as well, because I don't really care about the politics of the company behind that. And actually, as a matter of fact, if you look into how that game was developed, you'll really feel for the struggles that it took to create that game, especially that campaign, because they had like people working on 18-month contracts. They kept cycling them out so they didn't have to like pay them the benefits. It was so fucking retarded. Microsoft ass fucking company. You giga racist global fucking piece of shit corporation. Fuck you. I don't want to hear anything about your weird inclusivity if you're literally geographically racist. That's like a level of racist that I don't even think I've seen anywhere in the most racist circles of any app or any place on the fucking internet. You are really topping it. Like, I'm sorry, giga racist corporation. I was not familiar with your game of discrimination. You're fucking like literally just cooking everybody for no reason at all. And it's not even regions where you think, oh, these guys are going to create a lot of problems for you. Not even that. That I would understand. Like, if you wanted to limit, you know, some, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you wanted to limit some connections to some countries for some reason, it's like, I can understand that. I really do understand that. But purchase limitations? Huh? Why? I don't know. But they're like very greedy, and they throw a lot of money at everything because they realize that their relevancy is like at an almost end. That's why they have to like keep putting out new types of technology, because otherwise they're going to get cooked. And that's also why Microsoft is OpenAI, because if you know, if they didn't like do an AI bid, the whole thing would go to shit. I mean, look at what they tried to attempt. Remember when Cortana was a thing? You know, you have the Halo IP and everything. You get to say, I have a little voice assistant. We're gonna call her Cortana. Ooh, sexy simulated boobs woman is gonna like answer your requests. Epic, amazing. It was a huge fucking like thing that everybody was anticipating. Then it came out, and it was just like this weird circle in the background there that really didn't do anything, and everybody was like just instantly deflated in their expectations. I definitely met expectations, of course. So that was like a massive thing for Microsoft. I felt that was Yeah, it was very underwhelming in some ways as well. You thought you were going to really lead up to something there, but then it was really just a whole bunch of nothing and a system that didn't really work. And now you have something similar to that. It's called Copilot. And just because you don't hate Windows enough, you don't hate Microsoft enough, they then introduce a bunch of stuff that runs in your task manager and you have no way to disable it. I've been recently running into this real worthless piece of junk that's called Windows Input Experience, and you can't fucking disable it. I tried every fucking setting, even editing the register. I didn't even know you could do that, so I learned how to do that, and I fucking tried to specify the values for it, and it still doesn't fucking work. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Right.
So even editing the register, like, what am I going to do next? Delete it? I really am tempted to, but then come next update, it's going to be put back in again, or like whatever they're going to try and do. So it's like, the real problem was Microsoft and not the people behind the game. It's like the people behind the game that actually did the building part, they were fucking rinsed, my man. That shit was fucked up. Because like, imagine this, for instance, right? You get like, let's imagine that you get 5 years to work on this
This is
game.
Elon Musk.
And you hire a bunch of people and you have like little, 18-month contracts. Guess what's gonna happen? After 18 months, that motherfucker gets fired, so you don't have to pay the benefits, greedy piece of shit. Anyways, they then hire a new cycle of people. They don't know what the fuck the other guys built, so they have to learn it over probably the period of 5 to 9 months. So now you have like a very large chunk of their contract time that's effectively missing. So now you're dealing dev time with fucking overlaps of 10 to 9 months each per contract. That's 18-month contracts. And then you keep leveling that up. At some point, you are literally running out of 5 years worth of fucking time because you can only repeat the cycle probably 1.5 times. And that's it. So it's like, okay, cool, well then you cooked yourself. You need 2 to 3 cycles for this kind of shit, but you don't have enough time to do that, so you're just like, let's scrap let's scrap 2/3 of the fucking game. I'm like, whoa. Anyways, they did that shit. So now looking at the game, looking at what it took to make it, I mean, that was pretty good. And I mean, I looked at the end credits too. There was a lot of fucking people, man. I applaud them for what they did. It was a great game. I have a lot of fun in it. I have a lot of fun. It has a lot of good features. Does the multiplayer sometimes piss me off because the fucking grunts have grenade aimbot? It's fucking wild. Those guys got the long throw of a dude who is putting his fists into a bag of rice and twisting them for fucking 6 hours a day. These motherfuckers gotta have arms that are so fucking thick and muscular. They're putting this weird ass fucking dude to shame who eats a ton of spinach. What was that fucker's name again? I keep forgetting his fucking name. Yeah, Popeye. They're putting Popeye to shame, bro. I kept thinking of Popeye is the food chain, not Popeye the character. Fuck me, man. But anyways, that guy's like that. This is the type of level forearm fucking strength that the brutes have. And then they have basically aim bots. And they put these little sticky fucking plasma grenades up your ass, and you can't fucking dodge them. It's fucking great. And sometimes it's funny because okay, now you don't get the perfect at the end of the match, but randomly you just turn around the corner, there's a big fucking bitch there. It's like a grunt that holds up 2 of those grenades in his hands, and he's fucking Al-Qaeda maxing, so he comes up to you and fucking blows you up instantly. What the fuck?
They're double fisting grenades, yeah.
Literally, he just fucking holds it. It's fucking insane. Ugh. And fuck this car. And fuck the power. Actually, I'm gonna have to deal with the power real quick. We're running out. That should not have been that much consumption. There's something really fucking wrong with this plant. There's something really fucking wrong with the batteries too. I'm gonna deal with that in a little bit because I can't fucking run the machine I want to run if the power keeps fucking turning off because I need it to be on 100% of the time. Otherwise, I'll have to do everything all over again on the software level because I'm trying to get it to do a thing. Then I have to talk to a random ass fucking Chinese person because they forgot to put the fucking documentation into the software, so it makes my life 3 times as hard. And so now I have to figure out what is that feature. How do I enable that? Why can't I just say, hey, can you fuck that shit. So I'm gonna have to go do that. So I'm gonna have to jet for now. Thanks for allowing me to vent. And Elliot, get off the fucking Diablo shit. You're wasting your time. Go play Halo instead. It actually makes you think. Anyways, and automate the Factorio thing. That one's actually productive. If you want to have fun, you play Halo. If you want to waste your time, you play Diablo. If you want to actually do something productive, you automate Factorio. And if you want to do something even more productive outside of that, and you don't want to automate such a game, get a fucking job.
GG.
Don't do simulated work. Simulated work reeks of unemployment. What the fuck is that shit? Go would you work in real life. You'll actually make a thing that's called money. It's amazing. It's beautiful. It's the only thing you fucking need to survive in this world. You literally do. I know a lot of these weird ass fucking influencers who have a lot of money, ironically enough, say that money is not the thing that you need. I'm like, fuck you. It's definitely what you need.
Alright. Thanks, Adrian.
It's not the only thing you need, but it is a thing you need.
It is quite a useful tool.
Yes,
It's a
exactly.
tool. It's a tool in my tool belt. You know, all the other tools, the best tool in my tool belt right now is Grok 3.5, but unfortunately they are not releasing it.
When 3.5.
Yeah, dude. Like,
When are they gonna
posted 33 because of the Raptor engines. I was like,
When are they gonna
Yeah.
release Grok 2? When are they gonna release Grok 2?
I love how Blaz is just like so silent in these spaces, yet his posts are so cryptic. I fucking love it, dude.
When are they gonna release Grok 2 as an open weight model?
Yeah, that is
That's
a
a real
problem.
question. That is a real question.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
I'm tired of using Gemma.
Gemma? What do you mean Gemma?
What do you mean?
The Google's open source model.
Oh, Gemma's
Open
great.
weight.
Yeah, it's great.
Open
Yeah.
weight.
I would use Gemma, to be honest.
Bro, I'm tired of Google dominating my life. I just can't escape. They come out with the best AI model.
But that AI
2.5.
model is one that observes your computer environment, what exactly you do, and then fine-tunes itself in real time. But what the fuck? Triple GA? Woo!
Oh shit! Okay, congrats.
Oh, he's still wasting away his life on Diablo. I see. He's still wasting his time on it. Yeah, he's still wasting his time.
I can
on Diablo.
hear the dopamine right now.
Shiny purple.
Yeah.
You guys got to remember he's 12.
Okay. What next?
I should rename the space to Macro Hard Space and kick out Elliot.
What?
Macro hard inside you. Yes.
Macro hard.
Yeah, Adrian has good
Everybody
points.
throw Microsoft. Okay, we need to open this.
Asmongold says he's been in contact with people at Twitter/X streaming, is willing to help them change their entire UI platform as
No, baby, I don't use whatever you can get rid of value. Sweet dreams, baby. Sweet dreams, sweetie.
If you heard of that, what it is, it's really well done. They have this very big website, and
he's not insulting your mother, or he's not like harassing.
The prophet is dearest to us than the mother and the sister and the father.
Yes.
Yes. You have to understand our position.
A mental virus that you guys have.
No.
Yes.
You're willing to defend it more than
You guys don't believe in anything. That's why you're judging us this way, man.
No, but you know what? You know what though? You say you defend it over your sisters, or your mother.
You're literally saying because of an ancient philosophy and belief system.
And say how much you can take of the people and their bad manners before you get fed up. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, bro. I'm just saying. What? Let me ask you this question. What Io was standing on?
What?
looking at life in a very similar way and doing the same kinds of things and praying to the same God. And despite, obviously we're a tribe, so I'm not just saying like genetically, but we are a continual tribal nation. So I'm going to push back on that and say we are significantly older than Christianity, but you could say that Rabbinic Judaism is a newer advent because it came after the destruction of the temple. We had to figure out how to continue doing what we needed to do while not having a temple and not having control of our own land. So we put Rabbinic Judaism is the suitcase-packed version of Old Temple Judaism. We can't do that Old Temple Judaism without a temple. We don't have a temple, so that's the summation. Yes, aspects of our evolution came after, because even in the past 10 years we've had revelations on certain things and be like, oh, you know what, it'd be better if we did stuff like this, or this is a smarter way of doing things. We were always growing and changing and adapting. It doesn't, being adaptive, having an adaptive culture does not mean that it isn't an ancient culture. It's just adaptive. We have old and we have new. We get rid of stuff that's bad, we take on stuff that's good, and we keep growing and learning, and that's a good thing, I think. Because I think getting stuck in the Stone Ages would be bad for us. And everybody on Earth should not be stuck in the Stone Age, so. And that is the end of my spiel. I feel very strongly about that.
And that's why your name is Ola, which means rising up, because you're always going up a higher level than the previous.
Thank you. Dziękuję bardzo.
Well, okay, so now, I get all that, but let's go back to this idea of, it's all good, this idea of...
Hey, whatever you said, back to...
I take all that into consideration. No, I appreciate it, because I never would have thought. I totally contract with the idea that, I think he said something like Judaism,
I actually had rooms about a year ago and 2 years ago. I actually had room titles about the same question.
Yeah, that's good. But here's still my lingering question is this, about the idea that as far as what Moses received, call it Judaism or whatever you want to call it, Moses received some word from Hashem. I think we can agree on this. Okay, no problem. Hold on.
Moses, the term Judaism didn't exist at all.
Well, here's my point, especially in these rooms and conversations,
semantic.
when people talk about like this is thousands of years old, and you hear these kind of conversations like way back, okay, 3,000 years, whatever. But here's my point. Really, the revealed word of God, even Christians refer to this same story of Abraham, Moses, and all this like this, and the tribes. So however, whatever point, there's this continuum of history from that time leading up to where Jesus said, I didn't come to change what Moses talked about, I came to uphold it. And then you have even Muslims referring to Moses and talk more about Moses in that Quran than anybody else, than Prophet Muhammad, that's for sure. But the point I'm saying is, so this idea that, this is what I asked the question originally was, these people, Moses and these people, were given these words from Hashem to spread this information. It's valuable. And this idea of hoarding it and not getting it out to everybody and keeping it for themselves, damn, they're creating like this secret society. That to me seems like a violation from God. What are your thoughts?
I don't think that we hoard the information. I think we do our best to, because it's our job to keep the books and pass it on to our children.
Now let's talk about that. You say your children.
I'll keep going with it. It's our job to...
Just your children?
Hold on. Let me finish. It's our job to be the stewards of the text. Our job to pass it down and learn the translations and everything. As far as it goes for everybody else, we're supposed to be, they say, like a light among nations, and we're supposed to heal the world. So we're supposed to, if anything, share the Noahide laws, which are very basic. Don't murder, don't you to do all the things that we're expected to do because we're supposed to be like the keepers.
See, I think this is where we get a problem. This is where I think the arrogance starts to kick in. This is where
Yourself, I miss you.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe.
And I looked up and there was a yellow rose.
What are you talking about? Well, they're both furniture.
Especially since January, the big thing has been about Doge and efficiency. Man, tax cuts aren't free. Let's keep it a buck. Tax cuts are not free. Adding $5 trillion to the debt ceiling isn't about efficiency. Like this is just a bad deal. And when you have enough Republicans who are speaking out, even the ones who are doing it anonymous,
if it feels like Trump's
you're seeing a lot of people who have been pretty staunch Trump guys speak against this bill. So it's like it's a bad move. He could have broke this up. They haven't got anything passed. Everything has been done through executive order. So it's like, at the end of the day, if y'all don't win in 2028, like everything he's did is going to be undone.
Well, the big beautiful bill, the Lincoln Riley Act went through his first week or two in office, and then this big beautiful bill just went through the House, so it's about to go to the Senate, and we'll see what happens. But I take what you're saying with I understand what you're saying. We'll see what happens. Not everything has been done with an executive order. That's not true. Lake and Raleigh was voted on in both houses of Congress, and this big beautiful bill is working its way through. It already got through the House, so now we got to see what happens in the Senate. So we're gonna let Alan go. Thank you for your input. Thank you for your input, Mr. Gillette. Hold on now. We got Alan who raised his hand, but now he seems to be on the phone.
No,
Alan going once. All right, go ahead, Alan. And then we got Nathan who wants to say something.
Yeah. So on the right. His biggest loss. I'll say it again. Others have said it. I think has been eliminating all the DEI from the government.
Biggest loss or biggest win? You saw this.
Biggest win. His biggest win has been removing all the DEI language and requirements from the government, and is helping businesses remove that as well. His biggest loss, I think, is the fact that he hasn't invited you, Manfinity, to the Oval Office, because if he invited you would
Crowd Racer, you ain't gonna interrupt him while he's giving me a compliment. I'm moving you down right now. No way. Give me a compliment.
When President Trump's threats to annex Canada and make it the 51st state.
Today, Canada faces another critical moment. Democracy, pluralism, the rule of law, self-determination, and freedom are values which Canadians hold dear, and ones which the government is determined to protect.
The King is the head of state in which Canada is a member of the Commonwealth.
For partake in a briefing of faith leaders across the country. Sebastian,
members of the House of Commons,
a few others. It wasn't the most riveting day, but it was very much. It was a memorable experience to be in the White House again for a momentous occasion. So, Alan, I'm not.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a
few more invites away.
That's great. Anyway,
wait, can I just ask you, Manfinity, how many people were there? Can we talk a little bit? That's very cool. Talk a little
Alan,
bit more
thank
about
you so much. Yeah, I'll give you more about that. Alan, thank you so much. You're always appreciated in my rooms. Me and you go back so far, and I just appreciate your voice. So thank you for joining us for the time that you did.
You too.
Thank you. To answer your question, Abby, I would say the room was full of about 100 or more faith leaders across the country. Most of the people happen to be black, which is a little, I don't like to be pandered to, so I was a little, taken aback by that. Most of them happen to be black, because then I saw a similar event the week after with mostly white pastors. So that's just, I'm not a pastor. I don't even consider myself a faith leader, but whatever. I'm definitely...
Was Hagee there?
Okay,
Hagee?
Yeah, Pastor Hagee. Chris Kufi. He's out of San Antonio. Pastor Hagee. You know who I'm talking about?
I did not. Maybe if I look at a picture.
John Hagee. Kufi's Christian United.
But I can tell you, the faith office was very much about religious liberty. And they did not want to hone in on Christianity or this or that. They were very much all faiths, that kind of speech. And we'll see what happens. But Paula White is a Christian. But, in this role, her role is to kind of expound and expand upon religious liberty. So it was very interesting to be in the room. Something happened while I was there that was really out of the... I was sitting next to a black woman who I went with, and she had the nerve. One of these very plain Jane white ladies were up there talking about this and that, and then the girl that I was sitting next to, as the woman was getting an applause line, raised their hand and said, "Excuse me, that's all fine and good. You got all these black people here. That's all well and good, but there's no black men in the home." It was just going off, and the girl had nothing to say. And then Paula White had to get up and say, "I just love answering questions like this." She had to basically save the speaker, because the speaker didn't know what to say or where to go. But it was an interesting exchange. But basically, religious liberty and the various initiatives they're doing to, bring about better outcomes for families across the country. So it was very interesting, and I appreciated being there. They broke down some notes. But yeah, I just wanted to share that. Yeah.
Talk about, I'm gonna ask
Abby. Hold on. One more follow-up about Abby. I'm gonna let you go, Nathan. But Abby seems to have one more
Nathan,
follow-up.
chill. This is a very cool thing that you went to.
But you jumped a lot.
Well, at some point, I'd love to dialogue. I'm curious how they approach the school choice issues, and what initiatives with respect to parochial schools, etc. But we can talk.
We can talk about that, and I can tell you, Leo Terrell was one of the speakers.
He's phenomenal.
Leo Terrell was very much on the anti-Semitism tip. That was the main theme of his speech. I think you'd have been interested with Leo Terrell.
I follow him.
But go ahead.
Great.
I'm sorry, you love him, you said?
I love him. I think he's fabulous.
Yeah, he was very much on anti-Semitism. Nathan, you were raising your hand.
Yeah, man, I had to take a phone call earlier, but I was thinking about what he failed on and failing on and continue to fail on. And it's a situation with Ukraine and Russia.
So you don't think that he's moving the needle forward on the things in terms of getting Putin and Zelensky to talk directly? You don't think that's a major move?
No, a little bit, but he's failing on this part, right? He's underestimating Russia. He's underestimating Europeans, their fascination and hatred of Russia, right? And what happened, I don't even think this was reported in the news. I had to double check this tonight, that Putin almost got killed in a helicopter attack. When he was in his helicopter, the Ukraine launched multiple drones at his helicopter fleet when he was on the way to a city close to Ukraine. And what's happening is that it's getting real hot. Like, just imagine if Putin got injured. He has the nuclear codes in the helicopter. I don't think a lot of people understand that. He has a briefcase with the nuclear codes. Like, this is getting real hot.
Yeah, but I was trying to ask you a question about moving the needle forward. You said Trump, he got Zelensky and Putin to talk, direct talks. You don't think that's moving the needle forward on the Ukraine-Russia conflict?
No, because he don't understand how many. He understands it, but not fully. When you
Who don't understand what?
Trump. He
doesn't
don't
understand what?
how the Russian people feel about tens and thousands of Russian soldiers dead on the battlefield at the hands of our weapons and NATO weapons, right? Putin is not going to be like, okay, I'm going to call it a deal and I'm going to walk away. He's not going to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Ladies and gentlemen, you want a thicker, a longer erection? Rose Sparks, please don't scroll.
Extremely fast. Trump needs to is not going. He's not going to call it quits. He's going to have to come up with a different approach.
So you think that you don't think that is moving the needle forward? That's all for sure.
I've been following this thing, right? And before that meeting took place, a high-ranking Russian government official advised, right? He said a lot of things publicly about how Putin don't take the bait. That's what it was. needs to be more hard on Zelensky. He needs to be more hard on a European leader. He needs to. I mean, that meeting in the White House with Zelensky should have.
Please don't scroll. You want to thicker?
Ladies and gentlemen.
We have some disagreement. Let's see what Hector's saying. Hector seems to be disagreeing with what you have to say. Go ahead, Hector.
If I'm hearing correctly, is Nathan saying that Trump should have went harder on Zelensky?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Man, get your bit. You don't understand how it got started. It got started because Zelensky failed in the first place. You know what I mean? He's a failure, number one. He's a loser, you know what I mean? And he got his people killed. And he's trying to throw us and the NATO involved in it just because us in it and get us killed because he would have never it's not
why would we have allies? So I don't really think that that's a major sticking point. To further encroach, right? So we can go all the way back to when Russia took Crimea. If we weren't willing to defend and hold that territory on behalf of Ukraine, then obviously it emboldened Putin more. Now, if we're not willing to, toe the line and have further sanctions on Russia, then guess what? Look, I saw what happened. Ukraine is getting bombed. Meanwhile, we're sitting here trying to tell ourselves that Trump is negotiating a deal or moving them closer forward. So what's happening is Ukraine is getting decimated day in, day out. Meanwhile, we're trying to negotiate this peace deal, but a truce can't even be called. So is there really a blunder happening? I would argue yes, because if Trump is this,
Please don't scroll. I'm just
then why has he at the base level not been able to?
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one.
Let's be real.
Please don't scroll.
Let's be real. You probably see me in a few interesting places. But what if I told you here's a place where you can actually meet fun, flirty people live?
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to.
Ukraine didn't invade Russia and the world stage knows, right? So. Putting pressure on sanctions. We need to hold the red lines that we're putting out there, because if we do not, then guess what's going to happen? You're going to keep emboldening a lot of these dictators, a lot of these autocrats, a lot of these despots, because no one is willing to say, hey, this is where we draw the line. We're drawing it here. And if we need to further sanctions, militarily or otherwise, then that's what we're prepared to do. And I think Trump's rhetoric has been that, but has he actually acted upon that?
Okay, so you're it's 20 million Russians people have died fighting Hitler and Nazism, right? At the end, they did fight. 20 million of them died. They have the commencement, everything, right? Yeah, I forgot the official name. History is this: the Nazis went into Ukraine to attack Russia in that region. Throughout their history, at least about 2 or 3 times, Russia got attacked through the Ukraine region, right? Because if you look at the map, it's a perfect entry point into Russia. So when Ukraine, with the Azov Battalion and the rise of neocons and anti-Russian,
they're giving away affordable. Make that note. It's one of life's greatest experiences.
is when your name appears in somebody's testimonial. Somebody says, here's the person who found me.
So these that Ukrainians had, they killed a lot of people, threw out the mayor. Then it's videos of them going around to Russian-speaking casinos, shops, breaking in, smashing everything, and say, hey, you got to speak Ukrainian now. We don't want you here. And the crazy thing about it is this. Putin watched, which he's an asshole in my opinion, he watched 10,000 Russian-speaking civilians get killed by the armament of Ukrainian bombarded them. And they was begging Putin for like
I've never been able to breathe better in my life.
Don't sign that peace agreement, right? And he didn't sign it. After he put the military on the Ukrainian border, he didn't go in right away. He said, sign this deal. Zelensky refused to sign it. And then he went into the country. So you tell me, Hector, if you was in the United States and the Chinese had, was telling Mexico to attack the English-speaking people on the Mexican border and was killing Americans. Rhetoric. Russians see
Nathan, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you really think Ukraine should be part of NATO? Do you think that should be America's problem at this point? Just tell me that. I want to hear you.
No. Oh no, bro. No. That Ukraine. No. Hell no, bro.
Suspects in Trotter Group can yes flowers.
The chances of you seeing the
But we did involve ourselves in 2014 and before. Hold on, Nathan, because I understand what you just said, and at first I didn't understand, but now I understand. Right, the United States, via members of NATO in Europe, because this really doesn't mean shit to us. As Trump said, we have two beautiful oceans that separate ourselves from this shit, and that's why we're allowed to talk shit and act a fool, etc., etc.
We have geographic privilege.
We do, and that's the truth. And let's not deny it. Let's accept it for what it is. Privilege isn't a problem. Yeah, but people who talk about privilege are retarded. You gotta get this out there. Privilege, not one of you, including myself, would say, oh, you know what? Personally, I believe that white privilege exists. 5 to 70% of the equation, but I believe it exists. So for us to not say that we have geographical privileges, you say it.
But Dr. Responsible, like for example, I want to know if Ukraine were to join, don't you think do you think that that's not going to happen, or do you think that's going to happen once they're part of NATO? And why do you think Russia would entertain that idea?
Yes and yes.
So clearly, Russia is not in the best interest of
the liquid death.
Which Disney prince is your soulmate?
Don't throw 2,000.
it's unprovoked. It reminded me of like little kids who stood a cookie at a cookie jar, and the parent come down and say, "Hey, did you take a cookie?" They would say, "No, I didn't take a cookie. No, absolutely not." I mean, that's the thing. What's happening? They all said it's unprovoked across our media, across European media, right? And it was all bullshit because it's part of the CIA propaganda machine. That's what's really happening. That's why people like manipulate the masses to go along with this type of issue. But for like, I study things, right? And I had my personal business. I had a colleague when I contract with. He's a Russian guy. He kind of pointed me in the right direction when I asked him about the information about the Ukraine situation for me to learn about it, like Steven Bandera. Who is he? Why is he celebrated in Ukraine? If you don't know who that is, you know what I mean?
I'm sorry. I have to interrupt for 1 second. Just 1 second. First off, y'all, are you
It took me 10 years to learn this, but I will teach it to you in 1 minute. One life week. It took me 10 years.
But he's not there, so continue, Nathan.
Yeah, but when I studied the history about Ukraine and how it was created, and why they celebrate Steven Bandera was a person in World War II who made a deal with Hitler to take over the region of Ukraine. I mean, he really sided with Hitler. They came in and killed thousands upon thousands of Russian Jews and a whole bunch of people down there.
You in 1 minute.
Hitler betrayed him, locked him up in jail, and soon after the war, he broke out of the jail, went back to Ukraine on a mission to tear Ukraine from the Soviet Union. And that's
My tea's gone cold, I'm wondering why.
to Ukraine to this day. To it. History, I believe history, present, and the future it all lines up, right? You have to understand how Ukraine has got to this point that they have to deal with their own people. And that's really what we're talking about. It's like California breaking off from America. Like, no, you were Americans.
Please don't scroll.
That's what's happening in Ukraine. They all speak Russian. They have Russian named streets all over the place, Russian statues and Russian books in Ukraine and Kyiv, right? So it's like a civil war was happening.
Where did you get? Oh, nice man. So some more pictures. Where did you get this?
And also too, I think the first time in history we had American tanks going on the Russian border and killing Russians. We had American long-range missiles flying into Russia in their territory. Like, have you not forgotten about what the Cold War is about? This is insane. This is past Cold War level type of crap that's going on. Where your parents had to take drills going underneath the table because they was afraid of a nuclear bomb. I mean, this has been really a crazy situation. And, it's real wild.
No response? No one? Okay.
Drop the hammer, man.
I think you dropped the mic on him real quick, Nathan.
It could be a double standard if you look at it. So within your faith, Nizam, Jesus is just merely a man, a prophet, a very extraordinary man, but nonetheless just a man. But don't you think that it would be offensive for you to refer to God as just a mere man to a Christian? And wouldn't they have the right to, right?
100%. So, you know what, this is really good, Daniel, because whenever I do speak to a Christian, like Andrew or whatever, I'm careful, I know how that they hold, Jesus to be a revealed figure, right? And I'm careful to, navigate that. And so, I don't say anything like prophet's an idiot, or Jesus is an idiot, or Jesus is a liar, and Jesus is a man, and you guys are a bunch of dumbasses, and you're I don't do that, because I don't want to offend them. I'm trying to I do believe I have the truth, right? And so if I have the truth and I believe in whatever I believe in, it's my own responsibility. The responsibility is on me to kind of, portray that, right? Like, and to have the character of someone that believes in the truth. Like, I can't just be like, emotional about it.
Okay, would you be offended? 1 minute. Nizam, would you be offended if someone said to you, I don't believe that Muhammad received divine revelation? Would that be offensive to you?
No. I mean, well, it depends on like, it depends on like.
Plainly like that.
Oh, okay, yeah, no. I mean, look, like, for example, like, you know how like the hundreds of conversations that we have with like atheists and like all these different rooms, and people are like, oh, like Islam is a false religion, Islam is not true, it's like the Prophet Muhammad was just a man. I think stories from like all these things are claims, right, that people have made.
The main cause of stroke is diabetes. It's important to
but like, I don't think it's like intentional disrespect, like what Abe was doing earlier, or what Sam was doing, like with earlier, like intentional disrespect. And then obviously, like, it's not like my first instinct is to be violent. It's like, okay, like he'll say something, I'll negotiate. I'm like, hey, listen, like, brother, like I don't mind talking to you. Let's have a respectful conversation. Let's not like overstep each other's boundaries, and let's see if we can resolve it. And then bring it back.
Sad because you haven't started. You have.
I don't get it.
That was talking about Sasha, right? Sasha was going around like having that picture of the prophet, and then Sam was saying a whole bunch of random stuff. He was just going off on a rant. He's like, oh, like, like I have a picture up, and I'm not part of your religion, so I don't know why you're trying to superimpose like, your beliefs on top of me, and I'm like, bro, it's not about me superimposing my beliefs on top of you. It's about the fact that like, if you want to have a conversation with me, right, and if you want to like have a dialogue with me about Islam, and you want me to like defend it, and you want to continue having like a cordial relationship with me, right, we have things and we use like evidences, you bring your rebuttals, and I bring like my counter evidence, then we need to have a cordial relationship. Like, it cannot just be you like saying whatever the hell you want about the prophet, and I'm just gonna sit there and take it. Like, that's not gonna happen.
I don't understand. What did he say?
So he said the same thing. Daniel, he said the same thing. He said, fuck the prophet. He said, fuck the prophet, he's a pedophile. Yeah, he was saying, well,
that's a classic. That's a classic.
Classic.
Somebody's trying to be purposefully insulting. It's not.
You don't think the conversation is going to be productive with Sam?
listen carefully. The next time you feel left out, when your friends all go out to listen carefully.
I sat there and I didn't take it. I said, you're right. I didn't. I did exactly what I would do. I sat there and I didn't take it. I sat there and I did. Yes.
That's the problem.
Yes.
That's the problem that you're
That's yes. For me. That's not a problem.
Pointing out.
Yeah.
What Sam was doing is pointing out is that.
No, I would knock him out. And by the way, he changed. You know, Daniel.
Listen carefully. This will blow your mind.
And then he changed his picture because, like, I asked him to, and I didn't ask him nicely, and he changed it back. So you know, like the issue was resolved.
Even if he does that doesn't justify you punching him.
What do you hold sacred?
For me,
is there anything that you hold sacred?
No, Abe holds nothing sacred.
Do you hold anything sacred?
Abe doesn't hold anything sacred.
Freedom of speech is sacred.
Do you hold any individual sacred?
Freedom of speech.
You're no individual. Freedom of speech.
But Bill,
to practice freedom of speech.
Bill, Abe would never even he wouldn't even fight for freedom of speech. I'm telling you, Abe doesn't even hold freedom of speech sacred. I'll prove that to you right now.
That's fine. That's fine. As long as
no, but he doesn't.
About it, you know.
He doesn't even hold freedom of speech sacred because he wouldn't fight about it. He wouldn't fight someone else to protect it.
Okay,
That's
I'll tell you what. You know, Sam could say that. That's an old trope. Muhammad's a pedophile. That's an old trope. I mean, I've discussed Sam being a Khazarian. Like, your people weren't really with Moses in the desert. You guys came from Khazaria and you were swept into Europe by the Mongol horde in the 1300s. Yeah. So he found that really offensive. You know,
Hey yo, shut y'all. Hey yo, first of all, this is a good title though, for real life. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it was a long time. You know, I am from New York. You feel me? If I felt like if she wasn't like toxic and shit, I just felt like she ain't really fuck with me like that. You know what I'm saying? And this shit is kind of sick. You know what I'm saying? I'm a grown ass man at this point, and I literally had to break that shit. And it's approach to debate where he's rhetorical, very, very rhetorically effective, right? So, in that particular dynamic where you have people like Concrete or even sometimes Live participating in that game altogether, like it's a different game, right? They're not trying to be scored purely on logic. That's actually the very, and this is why I acknowledge as well. But that was actually my very, very first mistake ever. Whenever I came to chillism and whenever Nathan decided to put me up in a debate, where I realized that this is not like strict debate and logic and good faith type rules. It's not. This is battle rap, right? You gotta get messy. You gotta do the whole.
I think it's like you gotta know who you're debating with.
Well, I mean, like, I think it could just be a complete logician here. I still think people recognize your skills.
Respectfully, AWOC, I don't think that's why people recognize your skills. If you were just pure, like, because it's funny what we were talking about just now, but part of what you do is participate in the rhetorical games. You're effective enough rhetorically, right, every now and then to participate in the back and forth, to have a little bit of wit, and like, you know, not slack with the banter, right? And you can throw that in at the right appropriate time when you feel like somebody. And this is my just analysis. I've noticed that like if a point is ad nauseum passed 2 times for you, you'll pivot to that. You'll pivot to rhetoric almost immediately. Like you won't repeat something. You won't allow like a dialectic to loop more than twice before you start participating. Yeah. So, but that's not something that like can. Like in this space, it's not just purely logic. It's not just purely addressing points. Like there are other games to play.
Wait, Huey, you want to hear when I demolished A-Walk? Oh man, this was crazy.
Listen carefully. The next time you feel left out, when your friends all listen carefully.
He went on a rampage for like 3 days.
Our family may be growing.
Rhetoric. I knew it was rhetoric. I knew what I said was incorrect, but I used rhetoric to make it sound correct. Just like what Congress does. So A-Walk went crazy for 3 days.
Wait, who's the best at rhetoric?
I think Concrete. Personally,
Shame on
Today is the very first day of the conclave. The cardinal.
You want to pick?
Here's what I think of your lipids, Jimmy. Let me tell you why we have. Here's what I think.
So on the 3rd day, A-Walk risen, and he came for me. Pause, and I was like, A-Walk, look, it's not that serious. I said, A-Walk, I can repeat, I can still man your proposition, I can still man it. I know what you're gonna say. And he goes, go ahead. And then I repeated it. He was like, yeah, that's it. He's like, then why'd you say what
Here's what I think of your lipids, Jimmy. We're looking for gamer.
Huey, you don't think that Samoa utilizes a lot of?
Yeah, but
that she would have done a better job. So let's talk about Justice Gorsuch. What are your issues about him and his credentials to sit as a justice?
I don't think it's a matter of
with Kavanaugh and his credentials, how many cases he heard, how he was in as he sat in lower courts. They have an issue with his credential.
It's not the credential. They're very well
Issues with
qualified.
Amy Comey Barrett not being credentialed enough and not being bright enough and not being able to serve as a justice.
No, they're very well qualified. That's not the argument, right?
So to say that she would do a better job, Biden put in Ketanji Brown. Tell me if you think she's a better justice than who Biden put in than the three that Trump put in terms of credentials and ability to. I mean, does she know what a woman is? We could talk about that. But can you tell me why you think Kamala, who, by the way, didn't do such a great job as a state attorney general or as a U.S. senator, can you please tell me why you think she would put better justices in than the three that Trump put in based on credentials alone?
Well, see, I'm not going to take that argument because I think your argument supposes that I'm saying they're not qualified. It's not that they're not qualified. I think there's philosophical differences, right? And I think that happens on both sides of the spectrum. That's what I mean by I think the justices that Kamala probably would have appointed would have maybe more aligned with
you.
Yeah, your interpretation of the Constitution. But let's pause here just to set the stage.
You had to jump in on that.
No, I appreciate that. Let's just stop to set the stage of what you're saying, Hector. Seems like regardless of all that was happening in the world of politics prior to Election Day, you honed in on a single issue, which is the Supreme Court. And it sounds like you made a decision based on a single issue. So you are one of these, what they call single issue voters. And because you have this understanding that the 9 justices of the Supreme Court have this, not undue, but they have this oversized or a heavy amount of influence over how the country operates. You thought that Donald Trump's appointees were less in line with your view of the Constitution. And you think that seems to be, you probably think that's dangerous. And so I just want to understand, like, what did the justices do or say prior to November 5th, 2024 to make you feel that Donald Trump's appointees were just completely out of step with what makes sense?
One more time, say that again.
I'm sorry, it was very convoluted. What did the 3 justices that he appointed, can you articulate what threat that you thought that they posed and give me like 1 or 2 examples of what they did that really made you feel like they posed a threat to this country?
Well, again, right, so I listen, are they qualified? Yes. I think both sides are going to put forth qualified candidates. So that's not an issue. What's at issue is the philosophical difference of how some may read the Constitution as an originalist, right? Or that the Constitution is a living, breathing document that, right, things in the Constitution may need to evolve over time, and it's the interpretation of it that we're looking for justices to do so. Now,
so what did they?
Hold on. So I think, right, we're talking about big money in politics. So we saw Citizens United was a very, very, I think, case that, it could have, went a different way, right? So I think when you look at who we're appointing to these positions, these lifelong positions, and I understand why we do that, but I think that's a whole nother argument that may need to change.
Citizens United wasn't decided with either Ketanji.
Right, that was 2009. That was 2009. Hold on, please don't.
I get that. I understand that. But what I'm saying is when you have justices that are not, I think, typical difference of how some may read the Constitution as an originalist, right? Well, that's perfect, right? That may not align in a more
more progressive manner because we need to as a society, as a civilization, right? As a people, I think ultimately it doesn't bode well for our country. And I think Citizens United is a very good.
Hold on. So I think, right?
So you just say it's not that they decided something specifically during that first term or whatever. Or well, actually, my main you're saying that because Donald Trump is inclined to appoint originalists, and you think the originalist interpretation approach is a threat to our country. That's why he appointed tax lawyers. No. But I'm just trying to understand, Hector.
Yeah, you got it correctly, right? And I would also argue, here's the other thing, right? That I've seen what the Supreme Court has been doing with some of the cases that have gone before them, and they have swatted some things down. They've allowed some things to go in. So again, right? All I think really is just a philosophical difference on where we may lie on a few different issues.
How did you avoid? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
How did you ignore? How did you boil it down to just the Supreme Court when there's so many other issues, like all of the things that she was standing for in terms of, let's just take something that they politicized, her position on inmate sex change by the government, funded by the government. That's just one example. Like, if that's something that she could stand by, I mean, where does it end in terms of what she's willing to allow? So my question is, how do you ignore all of the woke nonsense and say, you know what, I'm going to throw in with her because she's more inclined to put progressive justices on the Supreme Court? Or maybe you agree with those things.
Listen, we're not going to always get it right? Neither party does. And, that's just, how it is at the end of the day. But I think the Democratic Party could have done, they definitely could have done a bit better on their messaging for sure, right? So at the end of the day, I think they put forth a candidate that they thought they could win with. Obviously, the American people thought otherwise.
So if you had to do it over again, you'd still vote for her?
I mean, listen, the jury's still out, right? The jury's still out. I'm waiting to see, if our president can make a believer out of me. So, but
as of right now, we could turn back the clock and go back to November 4th. You'd still vote for Kamala Harris because you think she's a better candidate, and we're going to appoint better candidates on the Supreme Court. Is that right?
Listen, again, I'm gonna hold off on that one right now, right? When I get into
I'm sorry. You don't get to wiggle out of my questions. You don't get to wiggle out.
Come on, listen. I don't want to hog the mic. Let's
all right, we'll move on. Okay, we'll move on to Alex, a known Trump hater. I invited Alex to the stage because I saw a comment earlier that said that Donald Trump is a known criminal or something along those lines. Alex, would you like to explain what you meant when you said Trump is a criminal posing as a patriot? Explain that, please.
I'd be happy to. First, I'm a liberal. Secondly, in regard to Trump, first remember when you elect a president, you're not just electing one man. You're electing all those things that he represents and all those people that he has that advise him. And I think when you look at that in the totality, this is probably one of the worst administrations we have ever had. And for several reasons. Now, I'll go first because of the issue you were addressing in regard to the Supreme Court. Listen, his appointments really should not be of any consequence. Those judges are supposed to be impartial, not politically motivated. And many of their decisions on the first part were. But you already see they're changing their tune.
Decisions do you think are politically motivated?
Decision one, to say that he had immunity in the aspect of saying anything that he did in the presidential capacity was legal. That's Roe
not,
versus Wade.
No offense, but that's not what they actually said. What
Okay,
they
what did they
said
say?
was that the president could not be criminally charged in pursuit of his office. But if he was taking a bribe, for example, that is not something that is protected under the office.
You mean like a plane?
No, because the plane goes from the office of the president to the DOD to then the office of the former president. I don't think you can take the plane just for, transparency.
Alex, really quick, I want to interject for 2 seconds. Alex, do you think America should have accepted the gift from France called the Statue of Liberty? Yes or no?
That, first
no,
of all...
I said yes or no. Yes or, I'm happy to hear your explanation. The answer is yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, and tell me why.
And the reason why, first of all, it was approved by Congress. It wasn't just one in which the president said, like, hey, I'm taking it. Hey, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. And the president didn't take it home after it was over with. So, yeah, as a tribute to the United States in regard to the 100-year anniversary, yeah, I think it was a nice gesture. We take presents all the time. We take, historical objects which have been seen. That's not a problem. But the Emoluments Clause of the United States Constitution disallows any politician from receiving presents from a foreign country.
But that'll get challenged in court. The Trump administration, excuse me. The Trump administration has a different view on that in terms of the Emoluments Clause and as it applies to this gift from Qatar. So what I'm saying is that it will be
because it's not owned by the president.
I understand, but what I'm saying is it's going. Say it again.
It's not a violation of the Emoluments Clause because he doesn't own the plane personally.
Right. So Alex, Marshall is articulating the Trump administration's position, and if the opposing side wants to take it to court, it'll get meted out in court. What's wrong with that, Alex? Isn't that the American way?
And it will, but I don't have any problem with that aspect of it. But the first thing, how many presidents have you seen in the past that caused such controversy by such determinations that they would accept such a president?
Buchanan.
Yeah, can you go
Right, but you can't. What I'm saying is, excuse me. But the thing is, you can't say, well, just because other presidents haven't done that. That's no metric. Okay, Donald Trump is a phenomenon. He does things in different ways. That's baked into the cake.
Okay.
We already know that.
Let's just stick to objects of the Constitution. Okay, things that we see as obvious.
Okay.
And I'm just saying, like any person, realistically, come on. If he goes to a foreign country and they say to him, hey, listen, I'd like to give you this plane. And he says, you know what, I'd love to accept that plane because my plane really doesn't look that good. My plane is not as nice. And it would be really nice to have it re-outfitted at the cost of the American citizen so I can have this really nice plane.
Do you know that number's inflated, Alex, by the way?
Several different numbers have been given.
Used BBJs sell for? Do you know the market for used BBJs? Between 20 and 70 million fit out for top executives. So you want to tell me and a new one is about 200 million fit out for royalty or top executives. So you want to tell me where first of all, I don't know, that story got leaked at a 400 million by one person in the press and then it just took off. But if you go Google it, go read what BBJs sell for used. And that's a 12-year-old plane. But go look
Would it
for
matter
yourself.
if it's 400 million, $4 million, or $4? Does that really matter in regard to it? But what we're talking about is the
does.
Yeah, what the Congress, number one, will let the office of the president accept is one thing, right? Part of the reason it's not a good idea because it looks like it's currying favor and buying influence. But the way that this is structured is that it doesn't ever go into Trump's hands personally. So it's not a violation of the Emoluments Clause. Okay. It goes from the office. It goes from the office of the president to the Department of Defense to the office of the former president. The other thing that's important to note is when building Air Force One, you have to retrofit that thing down to the bones. It costs about $500 million, and you have to have components from certain parts of the United States. So ball bearings, wheels, tires, flight equipment, instruments, all of those have to come for Air Force One from specific places. We have law on the national security side that guarantees that Air Force One is not a foreign plane and is not using foreign parts. So the DoD would have to take that apart, refit it with the right parts, and then turn it into Air Force One, which is, just to be frank, really not very practical. He's going to run into laws regarding national security and what you're allowed to do with Air Force One, and he can't do the kind of stuff he wants to do.
They already have 2 new Air Force Ones already being built.
Yeah.
So it's not about
being built. My point was that there are laws against the retrofitting of that plane. Right.
All right, so let's get off the plane for a minute. I'd like to get back to Alex. Alex, please establish why Trump is a criminal posing as a patriot.
Second issue forward, and okay, I won't concede in regard to the airplane issue, but let's move.
I don't want you to concede, but it's just going round and round. I would like to move forward.
Well, how about the issue with Bitcoin? How about the issue of dinners? In hosting other individuals from other countries in regard to obtaining influence. That's not an issue that you have any objections to?
Isn't he the president? Isn't holding dinners with foreign powers literally part of the fucking job, Alex?
Not as a fundraiser for him and his family. Not to sell.
Alex, are you talking about the Bitcoin stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, dude, that was like, that's a violation of the emolument clause for sure. For those who are aware, emoluments are essentially the president making money off of his business while in office. And it's a specific part of the Constitution. He was sued for a violation of the emoluments clause under his first administration. And it's, if I recall correctly, Abby, maybe you can correct me, but I don't think it's even seen a court desk. I don't even think it's seen a judge's desk yet.
It's because he is not the leader of his company anymore. He has signed that off the moment he became president the first time to Don Jr. or Eric Trump. I forget which one it was.
Yeah, so, James, I think where you're going, but you also have to take into account that one of these dudes, one of these tax cheats, the mother went to the crypto thing.
Is the argument that Trump's company is not supposed to make money now and that it's supposed to fail because he's the president? Is that the argument? I mean, it's supposed to make money. It is a company.
The argument is that the executive himself should not be using the platform of the president to make money privately.
Well, you say that, but he's not having these meetings in the White House. These meetings are in Mar-a-Lago, and they're led by the company leadership, not by Donald Trump.
Emoluments clause to make money like that. It's against the law.
All right, did you hear, Marshall?
These are not held in the official White House.
Did you hear what James said? I'd like for you to contend specifically with what James just put forth. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, these are held at the private residence, Mar-a-Lago, or other places such as Trump Tower. These are not held at the White House or inside of an official government office.
Marshall,
and they're held with the leadership of the company.
Literally at the White House.
I'm sorry, James. There was some.
And they're not held or hosted by Donald Trump.
Please allow James to complete his statement without being interrupted, and then Marshall will enjoy the same response without being interrupted. James?
When it comes to the meetings of the companies, these are held with the leadership of the company. Donald Trump is rarely involved in it. Sometimes he's not even part of the meetings themselves. So if the company makes money, that's not necessarily Donald Trump who had an influence in doing so. He's not even part of the meetings. They're not at official government residence. They are at private residence at official company business locations such as Trump Tower. And that is where official business for the Trump company has happened for long before the president ever existed.
Thank you. Marshall, how do you respond without being interrupted?
So for the stuff that he hands off in a blind trust, fine, you're following the law. Arranging stuff at the White House where you tell people you're not going to use the presidential podium, and then you make comments on meme coins for yourself using the presidential podium, that is using the office of the presidency to raise money for personal causes. That's illegal. It's a violation of the emolument clause, and it certainly is acting corrupt. There was a gentleman whose mother donated $1 million, and he was a tax cheat. And what do you know? Donates $1 million, and the son comes out, gets pardoned. Now, maybe the president did not do this in exchange for that $1 million, but it certainly looks like he accepted $1 million for his business, for his meme coin, and in return had a private meeting with the mother and ended up pardoning the son.
That is something that is definitely illegal, something that should not be done.
I'd like to get James's response. James, you have the final word on this issue, and then we're moving on to the next topic. James, how do you respond to what Marshall just said, and then we're moving on?
So when he's talking about the podium stuff that Donald Trump said, Donald Trump did not just come out onto the podium and start talking about meme coins. He was asked by the press in the press pool, specifically a question on the meme coin, in which he responded. That is not using the office of president to do so. That is responding to the press's question. So I would say that is not legally what you call it.
All right, so this is interesting. We'll just see what happens when it gets challenged. Alex, you said that Donald Trump is a criminal posing as a patriot. Okay, why do you have such harsh conclusions about our commander-in-chief?
The next issue, which pertains the Supreme Court, the recognition we have three branches of government, correct? And since we do, all three branches are, equal but separate in regard to what their powers. The Supreme Court interprets law. And as the Supreme Court interprets law, they said, bring this individual back from this detention that you illegally impose. How is that not violation of, and the question that you have there too is that if Trump is not willing to listen to the Supreme Court and the Congress is unwilling to act, what happens as far as the individual and his powers?
Okay, so we're going to stop there. I want to engage with you on this one because I have a little awareness of what happened here. So he's talking about the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case, where it was decided, or it was admitted to by the Trump administration, that there was a formality, there was an error, an administrative error that they overlooked. They didn't go to court on a specific issue. Therefore, his deportation needed to be rescinded, or they needed to bring it back. But the lower court, okay, if you read the 4-page decision by the Supreme Court, which was a 9-0 decision, they said, they used these two words. You read the 4-page decision: effectuate and facilitate. Okay, the lower court imposed upon the Trump administration to not only effectuate his return, but to facilitate his return. And they did not outline what those meant. They didn't enumerate what actions needed to be taken to fulfill whatever they considered to be effectuate and or enumerate. Effectuate and facilitate. So the Supreme Court, if you read the decision, they said that the lower court was operating outside of its authority to impose upon the Trump administration to effectuate his return. And they said the lower court needs to define what that meant. But what they did say is that the Trump administration needed to facilitate his return. Okay? And the term facilitate is ambiguous. Okay? It's up for interpretation. And the Trump administration believes, according to Pam Bondi, the Attorney General of the United States, she says that if Kilmar Abrego Garcia's return is initiated by the El Salvadorian government, that they will facilitate his return by providing an airplane. So this is the rub, is that we're facilitating his return, but if El Salvador doesn't initiate his return, there's nothing we can do. That's the position. And we're not defying the Supreme Court ruling, but because it's been propagated out there that, the Supreme Court said that he must return him. No, the Supreme Court must facilitate. And facilitate has a specific meaning, not what you think it means, but there's a specific meaning what facilitate means. There's a specific meaning to what effectuate means. So I want to push back very harshly, with force, on your position that the Trump administration is openly defying the Supreme Court ruling. No, there's nuance, there's detail that seems to be lost on you. How do you respond, Alex?
Well, let me ask you, in your own sense of logic and injustice, do you believe he should be brought back?
Do I believe if he should be brought back? I think that they should follow the law. I think that this man, based on all of the court documents, is a man who's involved himself in various issues that do not bode well. He's involved in criminal activity time and time again, and he's not here illegally. So when you have this man out of the country, yes, maybe there was an administrative error. I don't think that he was refuse due process. I think that they should follow the law. The Supreme Court, including Thomas and Alito, the most far-right leaning justices, all said that because of the administrative error, we should facilitate his return. But we should not necessarily effectuate his return, which means to start the process to bring him back. So again, you said, So again, Alex, you reduced the issue with, oh, he's defying it. No, he's not. The Trump administration is not defying it. There's nuance, there's detail that you seem to not want to contend with. And instead of contending with it, your response is, do you think he should be brought back? Which is a red herring. My opinion is unimportant. What's important is that you're portraying a lie. There is no defying of the ruling. They're completely in line with it. And there's a difference between effectuate and facilitate. So read the 4-page ruling and make your own conclusion. They actually even said that the lower court was operating outside of its authority to compel the Trump administration to effectuate his return because they're in charge of foreign policy, not the judicial branch. So if you want to say that the branches of the government are equal and separate, okay, well then give the executive branch their due authority. They have authority over the foreign policy, not the judicial branch.
And on the point that you're making here with the word being very specific here, the Supreme Court said Marbury versus Madison is the court case 1803 that they were referenced, where the lower courts have the right to appeal and to make a judgment, but they cannot compel. And when they put the word effectuate, that means that they were trying to compel the presidency into essentially invading an El Salvadorian prison. Let's acknowledge that this is an El Salvadorian citizen in El Salvador in an El Salvadorian prison under El Salvadorian charges. So the president has no power to just charge into their jail and free some guy that they have inside of a prison.
Thank you. So before we move on, I want to bring it back to Alex. And I'd like for you to contend with what I just put on the table in terms of effectuate, facilitate, and the fact that you are portraying them openly defying the court ruling. I want you to contend with what I just put on the table, please.
As I'm sure you see too, several of the lower courts have ruled several, not just this one issue, have ruled several actions of the Trump administration to be illegal.
Okay, before you do that, I want you to deal with what I just talked about between effectuate, facilitate, Kilmar, Abrego, Garcia. Can you deal with that before we move on to other issues? Deal with what I just put on the table.
And you know what? And I will not concede in the fact of that language leaves it open to interpretation for the purposes of the court. The purposes of the administration to say, well, we sent them, but we can't really get them back because they're not really willing to let them go. The same action that was taken in order to establish our access to those prisons, you're telling me now can't be reversed. You're telling me that an American, whoever they are, let's not say it's this individual whose past is really not clarified in regard to exactly what his affiliations or but any American whatsoever who is taken by force without given the opportunity for habeas corpus. Now, I would bring forth the habeas corpus is in the Constitution of the United States. Habeas corpus is the right of individuals to appear before a court to find just reason, just cause for either incarceration or, in this case, for deportation or for all other purposes. It means bringing the body forth. Now, you're telling me, because the language which says in slight interpretation for it, and it could be ruled either way for it, or they really may not apply in this particular instance for it. The United States Supreme Court, I'm sure, did not say, well, you know what, why don't you interpret it how you want, and then for it. The courts interpret the law, not the administration.
What I'm saying is that the Supreme Court said, facilitate, yes, effectuate, no, and the lower court was wrong in trying to compel, as Mr. Snyder said, to compel the other branch, which is equal and separate, as you mentioned, to effectuate his return. And when Donald Trump was posed this question in an ABC interview right in front of the Resolute desk, he said, I'm not inclined to pick up the phone and try to do all of this extra work to bring him back because he's involved in MS-13. He's done the things to his ex-wife or whatever, his wife. He said, this is not a stand-up guy that I'm going to go to bat for, okay? Which is well within his right. He's got the tattoos on his knuckles. He's got this, he's got that. What I'm saying is, why should we go above and beyond to bring this man back just because there is an administrative error? No one's claiming that didn't happen. But what we're saying is, why should we go above and beyond for someone who has shown himself to be involved in criminal activity over the course of years? And not only that, this man was found human smuggling. They found him between Tennessee and Virginia, smuggling. His car was full of people without any bags, no book bags, no suitcases. The police, the cam video came out. With Abrego Garcia is bad news. So yes, there was this technicality of the administrative error. They didn't go back to court on this particular issue. But why would we go above and beyond for someone who is involved in criminal activity to this degree? And this is where the left loses. This is where the left loses so many Americans, because you're standing so hard on this principle, but to the point where you lose sight of what's right, common sense. Okay, this habeas corpus thing is just it's you're using it as a tool to just say, oh, the Trump administration is wrong. They're overstepping their bounds. You're not seeing the forest of the trees, sir.
They say in rebuttal for it, you're making all of these assertions in regard to an individual who was never, we don't have clear convictions in regard to it, but yet the president you have has 34 felony convictions.
We can talk about those convictions. We can talk about.
Well, I'm just saying. But, wasn't he given his day in court? Wasn't he given the opportunity?
This guy is not facing criminal charges that against the United States. He's facing El Salvadorian charges. He's held in an El Salvadorian jail on the charges of crimes he committed in El Salvador.
What charges?
That's something you have to look at El Salvador for. But he wasn't deported over there and sent to a jail because of stuff he did here. Stuff he did here.
This quote is saying, call me crazy, but if you got 2 hearings and a valid deportation order, then essentially you received, then you shouldn't be in the United States, quote unquote.
Also on the habeas corpus thing, they ruled that habeas corpus must be followed, but it does not require that you are to see a court here. It's required that you see a court of the jurisdiction of your charging, which would be, in this case, El Salvador.
Again,
yeah, the jurisdiction is still the United States. They just get sent to El Salvador.
Charges in El Salvador, so you'll have to look back to that one. But at the same time, it is still, on the overall, when you talk about Trump and the idea for it, the presidency of the United States should be an example in regard to following the rule of law. He should be.
Alex, you said he was a convicted felon. Can you tell me the underlying crime in the felony? What was the underlying crime?
The sex crimes.
The underlying crime. He wasn't convicted of a sex crime. So you're absolutely incorrect. And by the way, ABC News paid out $15 million for saying exactly what you just said. He wasn't convicted of a sex crime. Make it clear. So agree with me. He was not convicted of a sex crime. Was
the underlying offense a sex crime?
No. Again, Alex, there was a civil trial with respect to the allegations of the sexual harassment or whatever the charge, the allegations were in a civil case, but he wasn't convicted.
She said she was raped, right?
She was not raped. He was not convicted of a crime with respect to. Someone help me with her name. I keep forgetting what her name was.
Stormy Daniels?
No. The woman that sued him civilly for Goodman's
Mary something.
What was he convicted of?
Alex, there was no criminal conviction. That was a civil case. I repeat, a civil case. Okay? So for you saying there was a criminal conviction of a sexual act, whether it was an offensive touching or it was a rape, There is no criminal conviction. So
I think we need to check that.
On the felonies that he did get convicted, could you tell me what the underlying crime was of those felonies? What was his underlying crime that he was actually convicted of?
I was under the impression it was for some action against this woman.
Well, you need to go back and...
Okay, so please educate me.
So let's talk about it. So he was convicted civilly, not convicted. He was found liable for sexual assault with the E. Jean Carroll case, because remember, the preponderance of evidence is much lower. All you need to do is more likely than not, and that's the civil case. And again, that's no proof of criminal misdoing. When it comes to the criminal, I believe he was convicted of this situation in New York with regard to business documents, him reporting a political expense as a business expense, something along those lines. That's the Stormy Daniels case, I want to say. That is where the criminal conviction came in. No, I'm sorry, that's not true. The criminal conviction came in with Letitia James' case. I'm getting it all confused now.
The falsifying records, but I'm asking Alex, who says that he's been convicted as a felon 34 times. Please tell me what the underlying crime was on his actual convictions. What's the underlying crime?
What were the 34 convictions for?
One second,
The
34 criminal charges for falsifying business records, right? They were supposed to be related to payments made to Stormy Daniels before 2016 presidential election. Was that the one that's what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's the one with Alvin Bragg. That's the Alvin Bragg case, yes.
It's the underlying crime.
So the underlying crime was in regard to him lying, right?
No. What's the underlying
falsifying business records?
Is that a felony?
Falsification of business records? That's not a felony?
In New York?
No.
Evidently it is. Well, an indictment was reached.
No. Evidently. First of all, you said it was sexual. Now you're not understanding that the actual acts were misdemeanors under New York law. So if you want to disparage his character and you want to go after him, find something better than that. Try a little harder, okay? And then compare and contrast. You can compare and contrast what we're now dealing with the last administration and the cover-up, which is a lot more significant, okay? And maybe you ought to think about that and think your energies might want to be focused on what just happened to our country and what we're about to find out more of with a very heinous cover-up on the capacity of our commander-in-chief at the time who was in office.
Give me a break, come on. Come on, really? That's what you're going to argue with it? And it says that,
what we're saying is that the conviction was based on, so remember, what he was being accused of is a misdemeanor. They had to go back in time and create a way. Even Judge Judy says this is no fan of Donald Trump. She said that this is ridiculous. What Alvin Bragg was doing was going back and finding a way to make this, okay? Even Judge Judy, who does not like Donald Trump, said it's ridiculous. And Alvin Bragg not only did that, before he became district attorney, he ran on the fact that he was going to sack Donald Trump. He was going to get him convicted. Same with Letitia James, okay? There's no sense of justice in what's happening with those cases. So they ran on the fact that they wanted to convict him. They found a way to convict him using unorthodox approach to law. Alvin Bragg found a way to make a misdemeanor a felony, and then the judge, okay, who I consider to be an accomplice to all of this, says to the jury in these instructions, you don't have to agree on what the underlying crime is. All I want you to do is look at these charges or look at these, what we're charging him with, and say if he's guilty or not. They, in an unprecedented move, The judge, who is a complete in the bag liberal Democrat, donations and all that, he told the jury they don't have to agree on the underlying crime, which is why Abby asked you, what was the underlying crime? And the reason you don't have an answer is because the judge, in an unprecedented move, told the jury, you don't have to agree on it. I don't care how you arrive at the conviction. Just give us the conviction, because we don't want Trump to run for office. And if we can sully his name, if we can drag him through the mud, no American would vote for him. When they didn't understand that all it did was encourage people to vote for him, because you're relentless in your hatred for this man. There must be something that you don't want. So those convictions, every single one of them, okay, are tainted with political, there's political backstabbing. These are people that did not want Trump to run for office. They tried to take him off the ballot in Colorado. They tried to take him off the ballot in Maine. They did everything they could. And they failed. It was the greatest political comeback of all times. And you get on the stage and get to say, oh, he's convicted. Okay, he's convicted. But it's all bullshit. They ran on getting him out. They ran on convicting him. So all these convictions are tainted with politics. Alex, how do you respond?
Okay, well, listen, my point in regard to what I made, I will concede I was wrong in regard to the basis of the convictions, but they are convictions. And he has the right to appeal. He has the right to go to a higher court in order to see. If you say that all of these injustices took place in the court, I'm sure that another court would be more than willing to review them.
Right, they're working through the system. Yep.
Okay, now, in regard to the fact that this was, my argument was only on basis to say due process. An individual has a right. All individuals in the United States under the 14th Amendment have a right. It doesn't mean citizens. It means all individuals who are in the United States have a right to habeas corpus.
All people are not just all citizens. Yeah, the Bigger Money wrote the amendment. He intended it to be for all people, not just people who would later become citizens.
But they're challenging that. This Stephen Miller and his band of, constitutionalists do not think that people who are here illegally get full benefit of due process. There's some throttling that happens there. So,
yeah, I mean, he's welcome to challenge the current jurisprudence on the matters that they do.
Right, so they're going to challenge it, and that's within their right to challenge that, right?
Yeah, no, it is. But I'll personally go a little further and say I don't think the idea of taking due process away from these folks is a good idea. You can take it away from them. You can make an argument to take it away from other people.
It's hard to understand. Hold on, Marshall. Why is it hard to understand? Wait, let me ask the question. If you're an American citizen, you get full access to due process rights. If you are not here illegally, if you're stuck into the country, if you're committing crimes as an illegal immigrant, you get a different level of due process. Why is that hard to understand?
Because that's not what the 14th Amendment writers meant when they wrote the due process clause.
Okay, but that's why it's going to get meted out in court. But why is that so?
I'm not saying it's not going to get meted out in court. I'm saying when it gets meted out in court, the president and Stephen Miller are going to lose. Because the president doesn't unilaterally have the right to redefine a constitutional amendment, which is exactly what that is. It's the executive branch saying the traditional way we have done this is not the way we want to do it anymore, and we want to make sure these folks have less due process.
How is that a redefinition? How is that a redefinition?
Because that's not the way we do that now.
Just because it goes against the tradition. The question is,
it's not the
hold on, listen to the question. Just because it goes against the tradition. I'm sorry?
It's the intent of the writer at the time. When the 14th Amendment's due process clause, in particular the jurisdiction thereof clause, was put into writing, they intended it to focus and bestow rights on non-citizens. Those citizens could be legal or illegal. Bingham understood at the time he was writing the argument along with the secondary writer, whose name I'm forgetting. It's the National Constitution Center. You can go look it up. But there's not an argument that says when the 14th Amendment was crafted, they only meant citizens, because they clearly didn't, and they say so in their writings.
Okay,
But
and now
you're
it's
right,
going to go
they
to the
get
Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court gets to decide if an illegal immigrant who's in this country should get full access to due process. And then they get to make a decision on it, and we'll go with that.
But there's
That's
also,
okay by me. I'm happy with that getting flushed through the system.
there's also different determinative factors as to what process is available. And if you look at the other case that's ripe right now, Khalil, you know, our Secretary of State, there is federal law. I put this in the chat like 3 times. The federal statute that gives the Secretary of State just the level of reasonable grounds. And that's the scrutiny. Reasonable grounds.
Gives them a fair bit of leeway, right?
It's unbelievable leeway. It's reasonable grounds is not even probable cause to determine that someone's a security risk to the country, and can have them removed and deported through the administrative law proceeding. So it doesn't have a judicial outcome. The due process, so to speak, is handled through an administrative judge that is an immigration judge. But it can be determined by the Secretary of State. I'll put the law in the chat again. And that law didn't come into play. I mean, it didn't come in during the Trump administration. It's older law. So the fact that, yeah, you can define a process or what you want to call due process, but there are limitations, and someone who is a non-citizen and someone that in some way can be determined on reasonable grounds by our State Department to be threatening to the nation or to our security can be removed. And I'll put that law in again. And that's not, Trump didn't invent that law. That was on the books.
Yeah, but if that law had effect, then how did it get to the court?
I'm trying to tell you. That's why they were able to move him. He's in Louisiana, and he filed. You had a judge in New Jersey, where he was located in Louisiana, which is where he is now. But he had a New Jersey judge where he filed.
America's going back. Who's wise has his eyes on his head. Now where are a person? What do you have? What do you have? Can you tell us about? was wise as his eyes. I just paying people in their 2 minutes and start doing that. Oh, good morning, man. Glad you came in. Not sweet, sweet work. Not. Just paying people in. Can you do start in a few minutes? Oh, Henry, you must be so happy to have that anonymous thing now. Now you can record all the rooms and nobody will even know it's you. Good morning, Stevie. Good morning, Stan. Good morning, Rob. Hold on, Ed. Give me a second. I'm just hoping Mr. Umar will come up some minutes. So that I can have a little dialogue before the room starts. He's busy, I understand. He wants to be busy. Let's fix it.
Yeah, I got it. Got it.
So, Anthony, let me ask you a question. This is more than just a black and white conversation. I thought about you as well because I'm getting a lot of heat right now. White men should speak on black issues. That's one. I have several friends on this app that because they don't agree with whatever the popular narrative is, they're not black. Just like I was told, I'm not Jewish because I said something that they thought was anti-Israel. And I think that's kind of funny. You know, I think that I have a right to speak on whatever subject they want to speak on. And if I think Israel's wrong, I'm going to say, let me tell you something. I can tell what Jews on this app are crazy. Fuck, did they forget everything I've done for that community? Well, let me say good morning to Rob. What's up, Rob? Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing? Fantastic, Rob. Did you see that pink ticket, bro? Your TV. Not a cheerleader. Go on, Rabbi.
I mean, when you say that, or when you say that other people say that, a white man shouldn't be commenting on a black man. A black man speaking, man should reverse that. Black men shouldn't be commenting on white people.
So, Rob, I know you came up on the stage yesterday. I don't think you got a chance to speak.
Yeah, I guess I was glitched
in or something. So by the time I figured it out, you guys were already halfway done with everything. Anyway, I'm here today, I guess.
Thank you. Edmund, I have a question for you. Edmund, are you there?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm being serious. This is serious because you're like the tea spiller on Clubhouse, man. You're in every room. Not like you're the Rona Barrett. So is he? I'm not gonna mention any names, but is he really a judge or not? You should know who I'm talking about.